Hey guys, welcome back to another late night dive into the messy, complicated corners of history. Tonight we're talking about the Knights Templar, and I need you to forget everything you think you know about them. Seriously. Put down that mental image of noble warrior monks charging into battle with crosses blazing on their chests. That's Hollywood talking, not history. Here's what actually happened. Picture this. You've got an order of monks who swore vows of poverty so strict they weren't even allowed to own their own underwear. Fast forward 2 centuries, and these same guys are running what's basically medieval Goldman Sachs. They're financing kings, moving money across continents, and owning more real estate than a modern hedge fund. How does that happen? How do you go from I own nothing to I own everything without anyone noticing the contradiction? That's the question that's going to keep us company tonight, dear listener. Were the Templars history's greatest hypocrites, drunk on power and swimming in gold? Or were they just really, really good at their job until someone decided they were too good at it? Let's be honest about what we're dealing with here. These weren't just warrior monks. They were the world's first multinational corporation, complete with a corporate structure that would make Amazon jealous. We're talking about guys who managed over 870 properties across Europe. Think about that for a second. That's more locations than most modern coffee chains. They had sheep farms in England, vineyards in France, shipping operations in the Mediterranean, and mining concerns scattered across the continent. They weren't just fighting holy wars. They were running a diversified business portfolio. And the banking thing. Revolutionary doesn't even begin to cover it. Imagine you're a medieval merchant and you need to move your life savings from Paris to Jerusalem. Your options are carry a chest of gold through bandit-infested roads and probably die, or walk into a Templar house, hand over your money, get a piece of paper, and pick up your cash on the other side of the known world. It was like having a debit card in an age where most people couldn't even read. The Templars kept records that would make modern accountants weep with joy. Daily transaction logs, international credit systems, currency exchange services. They were running a medieval Swiss bank, complete with the discretion and the fees. Kings borrowed from them. Not just pocket money either. King John of England was into them for serious cash around 1215. The year of Magna Carta, by the way. Coincidence? Probably not. When your banker can afford to lend money to the guy who signs your death warrant, you know you're dealing with serious financial power. But here's where our story gets really interesting. All that wealth, all that influence, all that independence, it made some very powerful people very nervous. Specifically, it made King Philip IV of France nervous. Philip had a problem, you see. He owed the Templars an absolutely staggering amount of money. We're talking about the kind of debt that keeps you awake at night, calculating interest rates, and wondering if maybe, just maybe, it would be easier if your creditors simply disappeared. Philip wasn't just broke, he was creatively broke. He'd been funding wars, building palaces, and generally spending money like a lottery winner with impulse control issues. The Templars had become his personal ATM, and the bill was coming due. So what do you do when you can't pay back the bank? If you're a medieval king with absolutely no shame, you destroy the bank and claim it was never legitimate in the first place. That's where things get dark, folks. Philip cooked up a story that would make modern conspiracy theorists proud. Secret rituals, devil worship, an idol called Baphomet that supposedly looked like a head with 3 faces, or maybe a skull, depending on who was telling the story that day. The Templars were accused of spitting on crucifixes, denouncing Christ, and engaging in practices that would have made your average medieval peasant cross himself and run for the hills. Now, here's the thing about these accusations. They came from confessions extracted under torture. Medieval torture, which makes a root canal feel like a spa day. People will confess to anything when you're applying medieval persuasion techniques. They'll admit to worshipping turnips if it means the pain stops. So when Templar knights confessed to heretical practices, you have to wonder, were they actually devil worshippers, or were they just really, really tired of being tortured? The Chinon Parchment, a document that surfaced from the Vatican's secret archives, tells a different story. It suggests that Pope Clement V actually found the Templar leaders innocent of heresy and granted them absolution. But by then, the damage was done. Philip had already arrested them, seized their assets, and begun the process of dismantling the most powerful financial institution in medieval Europe. So, what were the Templars really? Devil-worshipping bankers corrupted by wealth and power? Or the victims of history's most successful character assassination, carried out by a king who couldn't balance his checkbook? The answer, as it usually is with history, is probably more complicated than either option. I encourage you to subscribe to this channel, and please leave a comment sharing where in the world you're listening from and what time of day or night it is for you right now. It's always fascinating to know that these half-whispered tales reach so many ears in so many distant places. And honestly, it blows my mind how people are falling asleep to this all over the world. Now, with the scene set and the players introduced, let's step back in time and walk the shadowy corridors of power with the devil's bankers themselves. Picture this, if you will. You're standing in the dusty, chaotic streets of Jerusalem around 1118. The air is thick with the smell of sweat, incense, and probably something you don't want to identify. Christian pilgrims are everywhere, stumbling through the narrow alleys like medieval tourists who forgot to buy travel insurance. They've survived months of walking through hostile territory, dodging bandits, disease, and the kind of food poisoning that makes you question your life choices. And somewhere in this mess, 9 guys in chainmail are about to accidentally invent international banking. It all began with 9 knights, just 9, led by a fellow named Hugh de Paynes, who apparently looked at the chaos surrounding these pilgrims and thought, you know what? Someone should really do something about this. So they did. Their mission statement was beautifully simple. Keep Christian pilgrims from getting murdered on their way to pray. No corporate ladder to climb, no quarterly earnings reports, just good old-fashioned security work. Think of them as the world's first bodyguard service, except their clients couldn't afford to pay them, and their office was a war zone. But here's where things get interesting. These weren't your typical mercenaries looking to make a quick coin. These guys took monastic vows. We're talking poverty, chastity, and obedience. Try explaining that business model to a modern security firm. So, you want us to risk our lives protecting people, but we can't own anything, can't get married, and have to do whatever our boss tells us. The HR department would have a field day. This combination of monk and soldier was something entirely new. They called it the New Knighthood, which is medieval speak for, we have no idea what we're doing, but it sounds holy. You'd wake up before dawn for prayers, spend your morning practicing sword work, your afternoon escorting pilgrims through bandit country, and your evening back on your knees thanking God you survived another day. King Baldwin II of Jerusalem gave them their headquarters right on the Temple Mount. You know, the place where Solomon's temple supposedly stood. Talk about prime real estate. It's like getting office space in Manhattan, except instead of dealing with parking meters, you're dealing with the occasional siege. The location wasn't just convenient, it was symbolic. Here were these warrior monks, literally standing where the most sacred temple in Jewish history once stood. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. Those early days must have been rough. 9 knights trying to protect thousands of pilgrims across hundreds of miles of hostile territory. It's like trying to police New York City with a squad of mall security guards. The math just doesn't work. But they had something going for them that most startups don't. Celebrity endorsement. Enter Bernard de Clairvaux, a Cistercian abbot who was basically the medieval equivalent of a combination between the Pope's chief advisor and a best-selling self-help author. Bernard looked at these 9 knights and saw potential. He didn't just endorse them, he wrote their entire employee handbook, 72 clauses of how to be a proper warrior monk. No personal possessions, no fancy clothes, meals in silence, and absolutely no female contact. Yes, that includes your sister and your mother, especially your mother. The rule wasn't just about military tactics, it was about creating a completely new way of life. You'd pray 7 times a day, matins, prime, terce, sext, nun, vespers, and compline. Try fitting that into a modern work schedule. Your white tunic wasn't just a uniform, it was a billboard advertising your chastity. Everything was designed to keep you focused on your dual mission: fight the enemies of Christ and pray for their souls. Possibly at the same time. Bernard's endorsement was like getting 5 stars from Yelp, except instead of restaurant reviews, it was your eternal soul on the line. In 1129, the church officially recognized the Templars at the Council of Troyes. Suddenly, those 9 knights had papal backing. Imagine going from a small-town startup to having the CEO of the world's largest corporation personally vouch for you. That's when the money started rolling in. Land donations poured in from across Europe. King David I of Scotland handed over property. Queen Matilda of England did the same. It was like a medieval GoFundMe campaign, except instead of funding someone's medical bills, wealthy nobles were buying their way into heaven. Support God's warriors, and maybe he'll overlook that thing you did last Tuesday. These land grants weren't just charity. They were the foundation of something unprecedented. Each donation came with farms, villages, sometimes entire regions. The Templars went from 9 guys with swords to landlords managing agricultural operations across multiple countries. They had properties in Normandy, England, Spain, Portugal, and beyond. It was like accidentally becoming a real estate mogul while trying to run a security company. Their organizational structure was brilliant in its simplicity. At the top, a Grand Master elected by his peers. Below him, regional commanders managing key territories. And beneath them, local administrators running individual properties. It was a clear chain of command that worked whether you were planning a military campaign or managing a sheep farm, which, as it turned out, they'd be doing both. So there you have it. 9 knights who started with nothing but good intentions and papal approval, accidentally creating the framework for medieval Europe's most powerful multinational corporation. They combined the spiritual discipline of monks with the practical skills of soldiers and the administrative abilities of, well, administrators. They were learning on the job, figuring out how to run a religious military order that was rapidly becoming an economic powerhouse. They had no idea they were laying the groundwork for the world's first international banking system. They just wanted to keep pilgrims safe. Sometimes the most revolutionary changes start with the simplest intentions. So here we have 9 guys with good intentions and absolutely no business plan, somehow stumbling their way into becoming the medieval world's most powerful corporation. How exactly does that happen? How do you go from let's protect some pilgrims to we basically own Europe and also we're your bank now? Well, dear listener, settle in, because this is where things get really interesting. Let's talk numbers for a moment. When I say the Templars got big, I mean they got stupidly, ridiculously big. We're talking at least 870 castles, estates, and administrative centres scattered across Europe and the Holy Land. 870. That's not a religious order. That's a medieval McDonald's franchise, except instead of serving happy meals, they're offering secure storage for your life savings and maybe some light military protection on the side. Now, you might think, well, castles are just castles, right? Wrong. Dead wrong. These weren't just fancy stone buildings where knights sat around polishing their armour. Take their fortresses in the Holy Land, places like Bagras, Safed, Chastelblanc. These were engineering marvels, designed by people who clearly had trust issues. Multiple rings of walls, moats deep enough to lose a horse in, and living quarters built for the kind of long sieges that make you really appreciate modern pizza delivery. But here's the clever bit. These castles weren't just military installations. They were like medieval Swiss Army knives, multi-purpose tools that served as banks, hotels, warehouses, and emergency shelters all rolled into one. Imagine checking into a fortress for the night. Welcome to Castle Templar, sir. Your room comes with 3-foot-thick stone walls, a view of the murder holes, and complimentary protection from bandits. The breakfast buffet opens at dawn, assuming we're not under siege. Back in Europe, their estates were even more impressive from a business perspective. Places like Cressing Temple in England weren't just pretty countryside properties. These were full-scale industrial operations. Farms, mills, vineyards, markets, ovens, soap-making facilities, fisheries, mines. They were running what amounted to medieval factory towns, except the workers also happened to be warrior monks who could kill you with a rosary. And here's where that vow of poverty becomes hilariously ironic. You, as an individual Templar, couldn't own so much as a spare pair of underwear. But the Order itself? The Order could own literally everything. It's like being part of a commune where everyone's broke individually, but collectively you're richer than God. Which, considering they answered only to the Pope, was probably the point. But the real genius, the thing that made them devil's bankers, was their banking system. Picture this. You're a medieval merchant who needs to move a fortune in gold from Paris to Jerusalem. Your options are either strap it to a cart and pray you don't meet any entrepreneurial bandits, or find a really good hiding place and hope nobody notices you burying treasure like a paranoid pirate. The Templars offered a third option that was so revolutionary it probably made people's heads spin. Walk into a Templar house in Paris, hand over your gold, get a piece of paper, then stroll into a Templar house in Jerusalem and walk out with your money. No muss, no fuss, no arrows in your back from highway robbers. It was like having an ATM card in an age when most people couldn't even spell literacy. Their record keeping was obsessive to the point of being slightly unnerving. Daily transaction logs, detailed archives, paper trails that would make modern accountants weep with professional jealousy. They didn't just invent the credit note, they perfected it. Your piece of paper from Paris wasn't just a receipt, it was essentially a medieval traveller's check, complete with security features to prevent forgery. They even had what you might generously call mobile banking. Treasure ships that could sail up to wherever you were campaigning and let you make emergency withdrawals. Imagine being a king on a crusade, running low on funds, and seeing a Templar ship appear on the horizon like a medieval Wells Fargo wagon. Your Majesty, we understand you need to pay your army. How would you like that? Small denominations, or would you prefer the family-sized bag of silver? Of course, they were also in the lending business. Kings like Louis VII of France and John of England were regular customers, and while they couldn't technically charge interest, that was against church law, they got creative with administrative fees and service charges. It's the same principle modern banks use, except with more chainmail and a fewer terms and conditions to initial. What made this whole operation work was that they successfully blended their religious and secular roles without anyone's head exploding from the cognitive dissonance. They were simultaneously men of God and ruthlessly efficient businessmen. They managed vast estates, operated complex financial instruments, and maintained strict religious discipline. It's like running a Fortune 500 company where the board meetings start with prayers and the CEO has taken a vow of chastity. They weren't content to just dominate land-based commerce either. These overachievers also built themselves a navy. They controlled strategic ports like Acre, Tyre, and Sidon, and their ships carried everything from pilgrims to soldiers to merchandise across the Mediterranean. They even bought additional galleys from Venice, because apparently they hadn't quite achieved total market dominance yet. Their naval operations supported both their commercial and military activities. Need to transport troops to the Holy Land. Templar shipping. Want to move valuable cargo without pirates making off with it. Templar security. Looking to participate in the lucrative but morally questionable slave trade. Well, unfortunately, Templar services were available for that too, because the medieval world was a complicated and often deeply unpleasant place. What really set them apart was their unique legal status. They were the era's only true multinational corporation, answering exclusively to the Pope. This meant they were exempt from local taxes and laws in most places. Imagine trying to audit a company that claims religious immunity and has its own army. They operated as a unified entity across vast distances, with a clear hierarchy that ensured their financial and military operations ran with clockwork precision. So, there you have it. 9 knights with good intentions accidentally created a medieval mega-corporation that combined the spiritual authority of the church, the military might of a professional army, and the financial sophistication of a modern bank. They were a state within a state, beholden to no earthly king, rich beyond measure, and powerful enough to make or break kingdoms. Which, as any student of history will tell you, is exactly the kind of situation that tends to make very powerful people very, very nervous. Now, here's where our warrior monks really outdid themselves, dear listener, because apparently keeping pilgrims alive wasn't challenging enough. No, they had to go and accidentally invent modern banking while they were at it, because nothing says humble monks quite like revolutionizing international finance. Picture yourself as a medieval pilgrim for a moment. You've scraped together your life savings. Maybe you've sold that prized goat, pawned your grandmother's ring, or convinced your neighbors to chip in for your spiritual journey. You're holding a leather purse that clinks with every step, and you're about to walk roughly 1,000 miles through territory where meeting a friendly face is about as likely as finding a Starbucks. Your odds of keeping that money? Well, let's just say medieval travel insurance wasn't really a thing. This is where the Templars looked at the situation and thought, you know what? There's got to be a better way to do this. And so, almost by accident, they invented the letter of credit. Revolutionary doesn't even begin to cover it. You'd walk into a Templar house in, say, Paris, hand over your hard-earned coins, and they'd give you a piece of paper. Just paper. With some writing on it. And then, months later, hundreds of miles away in Jerusalem, you'd hand that same piece of paper to another Templar, and they'd give you your money back. It was like magic, except instead of rabbits and top hats, it involved monks and really good bookkeeping. The medieval equivalent of a debit card, but one that worked across continents and didn't require you to remember a PIN code. Just don't lose the paper. And these weren't amateur hour operations either. The Templars approached record keeping with the kind of obsessive attention to detail that would make modern tax auditors weep with professional envy. Every single transaction got written down. Not just, Bob deposited some money. We're talking full documentation. Bob's full name, the date, the exact amount, which Templar brother handled the transaction, what type of coins were involved. Probably Bob's mother's maiden name and his favourite colour. These daily logs weren't just scribbled notes on scraps of parchment. They were compiled into massive registers, creating paper trails that stretched across Europe and into the Holy Land. It was an early form of blockchain technology, except instead of computers, they used monks with really good handwriting and an unhealthy obsession with accuracy. This level of detail served one crucial purpose: security. Suddenly, you didn't have to carry your life savings in a bag that screamed, "Rob me," to every bandit between here and the Holy Land. your wealth was safely locked away behind stone walls, guarded by knights who took their job very seriously and had swords to prove it. It was like having your money in Fort Knox, except the guards also happened to be monks who prayed for your soul while protecting your gold. The system was so brilliant that it didn't take long for the really big players to notice. Kings and nobles, people who had more money than sense and armies to match, started using Templar banking services. Louis VII of France basically funded his entire crusade through Templar loans. King John of England was so deep in debt to the Templars that he was probably getting passive-aggressive notes from the master of the temple around tax time. These weren't small personal loans either. We're talking about the kind of money that could fund armies, build castles, or buy entire kingdoms. Baldwin II once put up the True Cross itself as collateral for a Templar loan. Imagine explaining that to your insurance company. Yes, I'd like to insure this piece of wood. It's only the most sacred relic in Christianity. What do you mean that's not covered under standard policies? The Templars weren't just passive holders of money, though. They became actively embedded in the medieval economy. Currency exchange was a nightmare in medieval Europe. Every kingdom, duchy, and city-state seemed to have their own coins, each with different values and purity levels. The Templars took on the thankless job of figuring out exchange rates, essentially becoming medieval forex traders with better fashion sense. They also managed the income from their vast estates, turning agricultural profits into investment capital. They were running diversified portfolios before anyone had invented the term. Sheep farming in England, vineyards in France, trade routes across the Mediterranean. They had their fingers in every profitable pie across Europe. Their houses in Paris and London became genuine financial centres, places where economic decisions were made that affected the entire continent. What's truly remarkable is that these monk bankers, supposedly devoted to poverty and spiritual contemplation, accidentally laid the groundwork for every financial innovation we use today. Wire transfers, checking accounts, letters of credit, detailed financial records. All of these concepts either started with the Templars or were perfected by them. They were assessing taxes, managing debt, and even paying pensions centuries before anyone else thought these were good ideas. So the next time you use online banking or swipe your credit card, take a moment to appreciate the irony. Every electronic transaction you make is descended from a system created by monks who'd sworn never to own anything personally. They brought order to financial chaos, made long-distance commerce possible, and enabled trade on a scale the medieval world had never seen. All while maintaining they were just humble servants of God. Though one has to wonder, when does humble service start to look an awful lot like global financial domination? And more importantly, did anyone else notice that the monks who'd sworn vows of poverty had somehow become the richest organization in Europe? Now, let's talk about scale, dear listener. Because when I said the Templars accidentally became a multinational corporation, I need you to understand just how multinational we're talking here. This wasn't a mom-and-pop operation that got lucky. This was full-scale medieval world domination, complete with the kind of logistical nightmares that would make modern supply chain managers curl up in the fetal position. Picture 870 properties. 870. That's not a religious order. That's a medieval real estate empire that would make modern hedge funds weep with envy. Castles, preceptories, commanderies. Basically fortified business centres, scattered across every corner of the known world. From the blazing heat of the Holy Land to the soggy moors of Scotland, if you saw a red cross on a white background, chances are there was a Templar counting money somewhere nearby. In the Holy Land alone, their land holdings were absolutely staggering. We're talking about property ownership that grew from roughly a fifth of the Crusader territories to about a third by 1187. Think about that for a moment. These guys controlled a third of an entire region. That's not just owning some farms. That's owning entire counties, complete with all the people living in them, all the taxes they paid, and all the headaches that come with being everyone's landlord. Imagine being Brother Geoffrey, fresh out of monk training, and suddenly finding yourself responsible for managing dozens of villages, hundreds of farms, and thousands of people who all expect you to know what you're doing. It's like being promoted from cashier to regional manager of an entire state, except your training consisted mainly of sword fighting and Latin prayers. But here's the thing. These properties weren't just impressive pieces of real estate sitting around looking pretty. Every single one was a working revenue-generating operation. The Templars ran the most diversified business portfolio in medieval Europe. They farmed, they fished, they operated mills and vineyards. They had ovens baking bread, workshops making soap, and mines digging up valuable minerals. They were basically running medieval Amazon, except instead of same-day delivery, they offered eternal salvation and protection from bandits. They were even in the mining business, which meant they controlled their own sources of precious metals. Imagine having your own gold mine when you're already the richest organization in Europe. It's like winning the lottery when you're already a billionaire. Completely unnecessary, but somehow satisfying anyway. Their castles weren't just fancy stone houses either. These were engineering marvels designed by people who clearly had serious trust issues. Take Safed, Bagras, or Chastelblanc. These weren't quaint medieval cottages. These were fortified cities with concentric rings of walls, moats deep enough to lose a horse in, and enough storage space to survive a siege that lasted longer than most modern marriages. But these castles served multiple purposes. Military headquarters, sure, but also banks, hotels, warehouses, and emergency shelters. Imagine checking into a castle for the night. Welcome to Fortress Templar, sir. Your room comes with 3-foot-thick walls, a view of the murder holes, and complimentary protection from anything trying to kill you. Continental breakfast starts at dawn, assuming we're not under siege. And then there was their navy. Because apparently controlling most of Europe's land wasn't enough, they needed to dominate the seas as well. They maintained fleets that crisscrossed the Mediterranean, like a medieval shipping company. These weren't just military vessels. They were trade ships, passenger ferries, and supply convoys all rolled into one. They even outsourced some of their shipbuilding to Venice, because when you're rich enough to afford the best, why settle for anything less? It's like modern tech companies outsourcing manufacturing to whoever can do it best and cheapest, except with more sales and fewer employee benefits. They had their own shipyards in major ports like Acre, Caesarea, and Tyre. Picture these bustling medieval harbours, filled with the sound of hammering, the smell of tar and salt water, and Templar administrators overseeing the construction of their latest vessels. They were building a navy while running a banking empire, while managing thousands of properties, while maintaining an army. Modern CEOs complain about work-life balance, but at least they don't have to worry about their competitors literally trying to kill them. All of this, the properties, the businesses, the army, the navy, the banks, created something unprecedented in medieval Europe, a state within a state. They levied their own taxes, administered their own justice, maintained their own laws, and answered to absolutely no one except the Pope. Local kings found themselves dealing with this massive, wealthy, autonomous organization operating within their borders, completely beyond their control. Imagine being a medieval king, trying to run your little kingdom, and having to deal with an organization that's richer than you, better organized than you, has more military power than you, and technically doesn't have to listen to anything you say. It's like finding out that Amazon has decided to set up its own government in your backyard, complete with its own army and its own rules. The Templars protected pilgrimage routes, managed religious sites, and became power brokers in places like Cyprus and the Crusader states. They had so much influence that they could essentially make or break political decisions across multiple kingdoms. They weren't just participants in medieval politics. They were kingmakers with really good financial backing and excellent military training. So when people started getting nervous about Templar power, it wasn't paranoia. It was a perfectly rational response to an organization that had somehow accumulated more wealth, land, and influence than most actual countries. They'd gone from 9 knights protecting pilgrims to a multinational corporation that could challenge the authority of kings. And in medieval politics, that kind of success tends to make you a very attractive target. Now, dear listener, we come to the villain of our story. And what a villain he was. Meet King Philip IV of France, nicknamed Philip the Fair. But before you start picturing some benevolent ruler who played by the rules, let me stop you right there. Fair, in medieval times, usually meant he had a pretty face, not that he had any interest in actual fairness. And when it came to our Templar friends, Philip was about as fair as a loan shark with anger management issues. Philip wasn't your typical medieval king who spent his days hunting and his nights feasting. No, this guy was a political mastermind with the kind of cold, calculating ambition that would make modern CEOs nervous. He ruled France like he was running a hostile takeover of Europe, systematically consolidating power and eliminating anyone who might challenge his authority. He had an iron will and absolutely no qualms about destroying anyone who stood between him and absolute control. But Philip had what you might generously call a cash flow problem. Actually, let's be honest, he had a financial disaster on his hands. Running a medieval kingdom was expensive enough, but Philip had grand ambitions that required grand expenditures. Wars, expanding territory, building his power base, all of this costs serious money. The kind of money that keeps treasury ministers awake at night, calculating interest rates and wondering if bankruptcy is a thing for kings. And who do you think was funding Philip's expensive lifestyle and military campaigns? That's right, our very own Knights Templar. The premier banking institution of medieval Europe had extended Philip numerous substantial loans. We're not talking about borrowing $20 until payday. Philip owed the Templars the medieval equivalent of a small country's GDP. Imagine owing your bank so much money that you start having dreams about the bank mysteriously disappearing. That was Philip's situation. He was so deep in debt to the Templars that he probably broke into a cold sweat every time he saw someone wearing a white tunic with a red cross. And it's not like he could just declare bankruptcy and start fresh. This was medieval Europe, where debts followed you to the grave and sometimes beyond. Philip's financial strategies were already pretty questionable. He'd been taxing the clergy without papal permission, which was like embezzling from the church collection plate on a national scale. He'd seized assets from French Jews and Lombard merchants when it suited his purposes. Basically, if you had money and Philip needed it, you were in trouble. But the Templars represented the ultimate prize. Vast liquid assets, extensive land holdings across France, and enough wealth to solve all his financial problems in one fell swoop. But it wasn't just about the money, though the money was certainly a major factor. Philip saw the Templars' wealth and political autonomy as a direct threat to everything he was trying to build. Here was this powerful organization operating within his borders, with its own army, its own laws, and answering only to the Pope. It was like having a sovereign nation within his kingdom, complete with military forces and diplomatic immunity. For a king with Philip's centralizing ambitions, the Templars represented everything he opposed. They were independent, wealthy, and completely beyond his control. Their very existence was an insult to his vision of absolute royal authority. Every time he looked at a Templar commandery, he saw a reminder that his power had limits. And Philip IV was not a man who accepted limits gracefully. So Philip hatched a plan that was audacious, ruthless, and breathtakingly cynical. On Friday, October 13th, 1307, yes, that's where the superstition about Friday the 13th comes from, he orchestrated the simultaneous arrest of Templars across France. Thousands of knights, servants, and anyone associated with the order were rounded up in a coordinated operation that would make modern police raids look like gentle suggestion. Picture the scene. Templars across France waking up to find royal soldiers breaking down their doors, confiscating their property, and dragging them off to prison. All because their king owed them money and decided it was easier to destroy them than pay them back. It's like having your mortgage company arrested by SWAT teams because you're behind on payments. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision driven by royal anger. This was a meticulously planned hostile takeover, complete with propaganda campaign and legal justification. Philip knew he couldn't just say, "I want their money," and expect people to go along with it. He needed a cover story, preferably one involving moral outrage and religious scandal. So Philip started spreading rumours. Heresy, he claimed. Secret rituals. Immoral behaviour. The Templars weren't holy warriors. They were devil-worshipping perverts who spat on crucifixes and engaged in unspeakable acts. Whether any of this was true was completely irrelevant. Philip needed a moral panic, and he was perfectly willing to manufacture one. But Philip's masterstroke was managing to influence Pope Clement V to legitimize his actions. Clement was a French pope who owed his election largely to Philip's political maneuvering. In other words, Clement was Philip's guy in Rome, whether he liked it or not. Philip pressured the Pope relentlessly, feeding him allegations of Templar misconduct and demanding a papal investigation. Having papal authority backing his actions gave Philip exactly what he needed: plausible deniability. He wasn't destroying the Templars for money. He was saving Christianity from corruption. He wasn't committing theft on a massive scale. He was doing God's work. It was brilliant, cynical, and completely ruthless. What Philip was really doing was conducting history's first major corporate raid. The Templars had become too big, too powerful, and too independent. They were systemically important to the medieval economy, which made them systemically dangerous to kings who wanted absolute control. Philip decided that rather than compete with them or regulate them, he'd simply eliminate them entirely. This wasn't just about settling debts or seizing assets. Philip was making a statement about the limits of institutional power. No organization, no matter how wealthy or holy, could challenge the authority of the French crown. He was clearing the board, eliminating competitors, and ensuring that no single entity could ever again wield the kind of influence the Templars had accumulated. The Templars, with all their financial sophistication and military might, had made one critical error. They'd forgotten that in medieval politics, being right wasn't nearly as important as being stronger, and Philip IV was definitely stronger. So here's where our story gets properly wild, dear listener, because Philip IV couldn't just march up to the Templars and say, "Hey, I owe you guys a fortune, but I've decided I'd rather just take all your stuff instead." Cool? That would be a bit too honest for medieval politics. No, he needed a cover story. Something so shocking, so absolutely scandalous, that nobody would question his motives for destroying them. And what better way to turn public opinion than to accuse them of the most horrifying crimes imaginable in medieval Europe: devil worship and spitting on Jesus. This is where our tale takes a hard left turn into the realm of the truly sensational. Philip's accusations centered around alleged secret rituals that supposedly took place within Templar ranks. Now, to be fair, the Templars were a monastic order, and monastic orders have always been a bit secretive about their initiation ceremonies. It's like joining a fraternity, except with more prayer and fewer beer pongs. But Philip took this perfectly normal secrecy and twisted it into something sinister. Picture the horror these accusations would have caused in the medieval mind. New recruits, Philip claimed, were forced to deny Christ, spit on the cross, and trample on it with their boots. In an age when people would literally die, rather than deny their faith, this was absolutely explosive stuff. We're talking about the kind of blasphemy that would make your average medieval peasant cross himself and run for the nearest church. These weren't minor infractions of church law. These were direct attacks on everything Christianity stood for. But the real star of Philip's horror show was a mysterious figure that has haunted conspiracy theories ever since. Baphomet. According to the accusations, the Templars worshipped this idol, which was described in various, conveniently vague ways. Sometimes it was a severed head with a beard. Sometimes it was a demonic figure with goat-like features. Sometimes it was just a mummified head sitting on a shelf looking appropriately creepy. The descriptions were just specific enough to sound believable and just vague enough to let people's imaginations run wild. You can practically picture the rumors spreading through medieval Europe like wildfire. Did you hear about the Templars? They have a talking head. It tells them the future. It demands blood sacrifices. By the time these stories had made their way through a few taverns, the Templars probably had an entire pantheon of demonic creatures on their payroll. The confessions, many extracted under what we'll euphemistically call enhanced interrogation techniques, provided Philip with all the evidence he needed. Witnesses and accused Templars alike admitted to a truly disturbing array of practices. They confessed to renouncing Christ and being told that Jesus was a false prophet, that salvation came only through the Templar order. They admitted to homosexual acts, which was a standard accusation against any group deemed heretical. Medieval people apparently believed that once you started worshipping demons, all bets were off regarding your sexual preferences. The Baphomet worship confessions were particularly colourful. Some claimed they kissed a mysterious head during initiation ceremonies. Others said they anointed an idol with fat rendered from dead children, which is the kind of detail that makes you wonder if medieval interrogators had a manual titled "How to Make Your Accusations Sound Really, Really Disturbing." The very secrecy of their initiation process was turned against them. After all, what kind of organisation needed such elaborate secrecy unless they were doing something genuinely awful? It's like being suspicious of someone who password protects their phone. What are they hiding? These dramatic confessions were absolutely crucial to Philip's strategy. They allowed him to rebrand the Templars from respected holy warriors and trusted bankers into blasphemous devil worshippers. Nobody, not even the Pope, could openly defend an organisation accused of such profound sacrilege without risking their own reputation. It was political genius wrapped in religious hysteria. But here's where things get murky. Were these confessions real? Or were they simply the product of men desperate to make the torture stop? Medieval interrogation techniques weren't exactly known for their subtlety. We're talking about an era when enhanced interrogation meant things like the rack, red-hot irons, and creative applications of gravity. Under such circumstances, most people would confess to being secretly married to the devil himself if it meant the pain would stop. Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master, initially confessed under torture, then later recanted when he wasn't being systematically tortured. His eventual execution for recanting tells you everything you need to know about the reliability of these confessions. It's like a murder trial where the key witness admits they lied under duress, then gets executed for telling the truth. Some historians suggest that maybe, just maybe, the Templars did have some unusual initiation rituals. Perhaps new recruits were asked to symbolically spit on the cross as a test of loyalty to the order above all else. It might have been like a bizarre loyalty test. If we asked you to do something that seemed wrong, would you trust us enough to do it anyway? The kind of psychological experiment that makes perfect sense to the people running it and looks absolutely insane to everyone else. There's also the fascinating theory about the Baphomet legend stemming from actual relics. Some Templars might have possessed what they believed to be sacred relics, perhaps even a mummified head they thought belonged to a saint, or in their wildest dreams, Christ himself. To them, this would have been the holiest possible artifact. To Philip's investigators, armed with preconceived notions about devil worship, It would have looked like exactly the kind of creepy idol you'd expect devil worshippers to keep around. Imagine being a medieval investigator, walking into a Templar commandery and finding a preserved head in a place of honor. Your boss has already told you these guys are devil worshippers. What are you going to think? Oh, this must be a sacred relic they're venerating out of deep Christian piety. Probably not. Whether the Templars were actually engaging in any of these practices remains one of history's great mysteries. What's absolutely clear is that Philip IV was a master of medieval propaganda. He took an organization known for its piety and transformed them in the public imagination into a cabal of Satan-worshipping perverts. It was brilliant, ruthless, and completely successful. He provided himself with all the moral justification he needed to destroy them and seize their wealth. And the stage was perfectly set for their spectacular downfall. Now here's where we get to the really juicy part, dear listener. We've watched Philip IV craft his lurid tale of devil worship and cross-spitting. But the million-dollar question, or should I say the million-livre question, is this. Was Philip uncovering genuine corruption within the Templars, or was he just running history's most expensive and elaborate frame job? Historians have been arguing about this for literally centuries, and they're still not done. It's like the medieval equivalent of a Reddit debate that's been going on for 700 years. On one side, you've got scholars saying Philip's accusations were complete fabrications, a smokescreen to cover up the fact that he was basically conducting a hostile corporate takeover. On the other side, some argue that maybe, just maybe, there was a grain of truth in all that dramatic testimony about secret rituals and questionable behavior. Let's start with the most obvious problem. Those torture-induced confessions. Medieval torture wasn't some gentle persuasion technique. We're talking about devices that would make modern horror movies look like Disney films. When someone is being slowly roasted over a fire or stretched on a rack until their joints pop like bubble wrap, they're going to say whatever they think will make it stop. They'd confess to being secret aliens from Mars if they thought it would end the pain. The thing is, even medieval legal experts knew this. Torture-induced confessions were considered unreliable even by the standards of an age when trial by combat was still a legitimate legal procedure. It's like knowing that a witness has been bribed, then using their testimony anyway because it supports your case. But here's where it gets really interesting. The confessions varied dramatically depending on where you were interrogated. Templars questioned in France, where Philip's agents had free rein to apply medieval enhanced interrogation techniques, confessed to the most spectacular heresies imaginable. They admitted to everything from spitting on crucifixes to hosting dinner parties for demons. Meanwhile, Templars interrogated in places like England, Portugal, or Aragon, where torture was either less common or not used at all, largely maintained their innocence. They might admit to minor organizational infractions, like maybe being a bit too secretive or not following proper procedures, but devil worship? Nope. It's almost as if the truth was directly proportional to the amount of physical agony being applied. This geographic discrepancy in confessions is about as subtle as a medieval battering ram. It strongly suggests that what we're looking at isn't a consistent pattern of heresy across the order, but rather a masterclass in political manipulation and coercion. Then there's the smoking gun that emerged from the Vatican secret archives in 2001, the Chinon Parchment. This document, dated 1308, shows that Pope Clement V privately absolved Jacques de Molay and other senior Templar leaders after they confessed but expressed genuine repentance. Think about that for a moment. The Pope himself, the ultimate authority on matters of heresy, essentially said, yeah, these guys aren't actually heretics. This papal absolution casts serious doubt on the entire narrative of widespread corruption. If the Pope found them innocent of heresy, then what exactly was Philip's case based on? It's like having the Supreme Court quietly rule that your evidence is invalid, while you're still using it to prosecute someone. Now, To be completely fair, it's possible that the Templars' immense wealth and power led to some degree of moral decay. Power and money have a way of corrupting people, even those who've taken vows of poverty. When you're running a multinational corporation while supposedly being humble monks, there's probably going to be some cognitive dissonance. Some Templars, particularly those far from the front lines managing estates and counting money, might have gotten a bit too comfortable with worldly pleasures. But there's a huge difference between some members became worldly and materialistic, and the entire organization was engaged in systematic devil worship. The accusations Philip made were so extreme, so perfectly tailored to medieval fears and prejudices, that they read more like a propaganda manual than genuine evidence of corruption. The political motivations are just too obvious to ignore. Philip desperately needed money and saw the Templars as a solution to all his financial problems. Other European monarchs were in similar situations. They'd borrowed heavily from the Templars and were finding the debt burden increasingly uncomfortable. The Templars' independence, answering only to the Pope, made them a convenient target for kings trying to consolidate power. It's like a medieval version of too big to fail, except instead of bailing them out, Philip decided to eliminate them entirely. The Templars had become systemically important to the European economy, which made them systemically dangerous to absolute monarchy. So, while we can't definitively say there was zero corruption within an organization that large operating for 2 centuries, the overwhelming evidence points to Philip's accusations being largely fabricated. The torture, the geographic inconsistencies in confessions, the papal absolution, and the obvious political motivations all point to one conclusion. This was a smear campaign designed to justify asset seizure on a massive scale. Philip needed a story that would turn public opinion against the Templars, and "they owe me money," or "they're too powerful," wouldn't have worked. He needed moral outrage, religious scandal, the kind of accusations that would make people demand justice rather than question his motives. And he got exactly what he needed, a narrative so shocking that it overshadowed the obvious financial and political benefits he gained from destroying them. It's a sobering reminder of how easily truth can be manipulated when enough power and money are at stake. The Templars went from respected holy warriors to reviled heretics, not because they changed, but because someone with enough influence decided they needed to be destroyed. That's a lesson that remains disturbingly relevant even today. So Philip IV had everything lined up perfectly, dear listener. He had his motivation, debt and greed. He had his excuse, manufactured devil worship and religious panic. Now all he needed was to actually execute his plan. And let me tell you, he pulled off what was essentially the world's first coordinated corporate raid, except instead of hostile takeovers happening in boardrooms, this one involved torture chambers and really, really bad prison food. The date was Friday, October 13th, 1307. And yes, before you ask, this is exactly where our modern superstition about Friday the 13th comes from. Thanks a lot, Philip. On this particular Friday morning, as dawn broke across France, sealed orders were simultaneously opened in towns and cities throughout the kingdom. The message was simple and chilling. Arrest every single Knight Templar you can find. No exceptions, no questions asked. Picture the scene, if you will. Thousands of Templars going about their perfectly ordinary medieval morning routines. Maybe you're a knight checking on the sheep, making sure they haven't wandered off or been eaten by wolves. Perhaps you're balancing the books, trying to figure out why the vineyard accounts don't add up. Or maybe you're just quietly praying in the chapel, contemplating the mysteries of faith and wondering what's for breakfast. Then suddenly, without warning, royal soldiers come crashing through your gates like medieval SWAT teams. They're armed, they're angry, and they have very official-looking pieces of paper that apparently give them the right to drag you away in chains. This wasn't some scattered, haphazard operation. This was a meticulously planned dragnet that swept across the entire Kingdom of France, catching the order completely unprepared. It was like a medieval version of a surprise audit, except instead of finding tax irregularities, they were arresting you for allegedly worshipping a goat-headed demon. Among the first to be seized were the big fish, particularly Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master himself. Molay had actually been invited to Paris by Philip to attend a funeral. Talk about adding insult to injury. It was a classic trap, and Molay, perhaps trusting in the order's long relationship with the French crown, walked straight into it like a medieval lamb to slaughter. One moment, he's paying his respects to the dead. The next, he's in chains, probably wondering how his day had gone so spectacularly wrong. The trials that followed were a masterpiece of medieval brutality masquerading as legal procedure. These weren't trials in any sense that would be recognizable to a modern court. There were no defense attorneys, no presumption of innocence, no constitutional rights. These were inquisitorial proceedings designed with one goal in mind: extract confessions by any means necessary. And oh, the means they used. The rack, for instance, was a particularly charming device that slowly pulled your limbs apart until your joints dislocated, with sounds that reportedly could be heard throughout the prison. Then there was the strappado, where they'd tie your hands behind your back and hoist you into the air by a rope. The sudden drop and jerk would dislocate your shoulders, which must have made for some truly unpleasant conversation starters. Or perhaps you'd prefer having your feet slowly roasted over a fire while someone asked you about your relationship with Baphomet. These weren't theoretical threats designed to intimidate. These were daily realities for many captured Templars. One prisoner testified that he was shown the charred bones of his fellow knights and told he'd suffer an even worse fate if he didn't confess. It's the kind of persuasion technique that would make modern interrogators deeply uncomfortable. Unsurprisingly, faced with such creative encouragement, many Templars confessed to whatever their captors wanted to hear. The evidence in these trials leaned heavily on these forced confessions and whatever hearsay the prosecutors could scrape together. Actual proof, that was apparently optional. The witnesses they brought forward were often disgruntled former Templars with axes to grind, random vagrants who'd say anything for a meal, or opportunists hoping to curry favor with the king. The accusations were remarkably uniform, describing identical blasphemous rituals regardless of who was confessing or where they came from. It's almost as if someone had written a script and everyone was forced to perform the same play. Which, let's be honest, is probably exactly what happened. But here's the thing. These trials weren't limited to France. Similar proceedings took place across Europe, England, Spain, Portugal, Italy, even in the Levant. But the outcomes varied wildly depending on how much influence Philip's agents could exert and how enthusiastically local authorities embraced medieval interrogation techniques. In England, for example, Edward II was initially reluctant to use torture. As a result, the English Templars largely maintained their innocence until papal pressure and some gentler forms of persuasion were eventually applied. In Aragon and Portugal, many Templars were actually found innocent, and their property was transferred to other military orders. The geographic inconsistency in outcomes was about as subtle as a medieval battering ram. It strongly suggested that the truth being discovered had more to do with political pressure and torture techniques than actual guilt. The entire 7-year process was devastatingly effective for Philip's agenda. By arresting the Grand Master and other high-ranking officials, he effectively decapitated the order, making it impossible for them to mount any kind of coordinated defense. He seized their vast assets, emptied their treasuries, and took control of their extensive properties throughout France. Even in regions where Templars were eventually acquitted, the damage was done. Their command structure was shattered, their reputation was in tatters, and their financial power was completely broken. It was a hostile takeover for the ages, demonstrating that in medieval Europe, Even an organization as wealthy and powerful as the Templars couldn't survive if a determined king decided they needed to go. With their leaders in chains, their wealth confiscated, and their name synonymous with heresy, the Knights Templar found themselves facing the final act of their centuries-long story, and it wasn't going to be a happy ending. Now, dear listener, let's talk about Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar. If this were a movie, he'd be the tragic hero, the man who had to watch everything his order had built crumble around him. But this isn't Hollywood, and there's no happy ending waiting in the wings. What there is, however, is one of history's most legendary death curses, the kind that makes you wonder if maybe, just maybe, there's something to this whole supernatural justice thing after all. Jacques de Molay wasn't supposed to be the final Grand Master. He was elected to the position in 1292, probably thinking he'd spend his tenure managing the Order's vast wealth, overseeing their military operations, and maybe dealing with the occasional political headache. He certainly didn't sign up to be the man who'd watch the entire organization burn to the ground, literally in his case. When Philip's coordinated arrests swept across France on that infamous Friday the 13th, de Molay was among the first to be seized. Picture this man who had commanded respect across Europe, who had managed a multinational corporation disguised as a religious order, suddenly finding himself in chains in a Paris prison. It must have been like going from CEO to prisoner overnight, except with significantly worse food and no possibility of parole. Like so many of his brothers, de Molay initially confessed under torture. And let's be clear about what medieval torture meant. We're not talking about uncomfortable questioning or psychological pressure. We're talking about devices specifically designed to inflict the maximum amount of agony without actually killing you, at least not immediately. When someone's applying hot irons to your feet or slowly dislocating your joints on the rack, you'll say pretty much anything to make it stop. So de Molay confessed. He admitted to the charges of heresy, to spitting on the cross, to all the lurid accusations Philip had cooked up. But here's where the story gets interesting, and where de Molay's character really shows through. Once he was no longer being actively tortured, once he had time to think and recover, he did something that required incredible courage. He recanted. Think about that for a moment. This man knew what recanting meant. He knew that admitting his confession was false would essentially guarantee his execution. But he chose truth over survival, dignity over expedience. In a world where most people were just trying to get through the day without being burned at the stake, de Molay decided that some things were worth dying for. For years, he maintained his innocence and that of his order. He probably spent countless hours in his cell, reflecting on how an organization that had served Christendom for 2 centuries had been brought low by one king's greed and ambition. The frustration must have been overwhelming, knowing you're innocent, knowing your accusers are motivated by money and politics, and knowing there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. The end came in 1314, on a small island in the Seine River in Paris called Ile des Juifs. It's grimly appropriate that de Molay's execution took place on an island, isolated, surrounded by water, with no escape possible. The method chosen was burning at the stake, which in medieval times was reserved for the worst heretics. It was meant to be both a punishment and a public spectacle, a final humiliation before death. But de Molay had one last card to play. As the flames were being lit around him, as he faced the most agonizing death medieval justice could devise, he reportedly issued a curse that would become the stuff of legend. He called upon God to witness his innocence and to bring swift justice to those who had wronged him. Specifically, he cursed King Philip IV and Pope Clement V, predicting that they would both meet their maker within a year. Now, you might think this sounds like the desperate ravings of a dying man, the kind of thing people say when they're facing a particularly unpleasant end. And maybe it was. But here's where the story gets really interesting, and where you start to wonder if maybe the universe has a sense of poetic justice after all. Pope Clement V died just 1 month after de Molay's execution. 1 month. He reportedly suffered from a painful illness that caused him to waste away. Not exactly the peaceful death you'd hope for after a lifetime of papal service. Then, in November of that same year, King Philip IV died in a hunting accident. Well, accident might be putting it generously. He fell from his horse and died, which in medieval times could happen to anyone. But the timing was certainly suspicious from a cosmic justice perspective. Both men died within the year, exactly as de Molay had predicted from his burning pyre. This remarkable coincidence transformed what might have been just another execution into a powerful legend that has endured for over 7 centuries. The curse of Jacques de Molay became a symbol of resistance against injustice, a reminder that sometimes the universe finds a way to balance the scales. Whether you believe in curses or not, there's something deeply satisfying about this story. It speaks to our fundamental sense of fairness, our desire to see the powerful held accountable for their actions. In a world where the wealthy and influential often seem to escape consequences for their misdeeds, the idea that cosmic justice might occasionally intervene is genuinely comforting. The legend of de Molay's curse has taken on a life of its own over the centuries. It's been cited as evidence of divine justice, supernatural intervention, and the power of righteous anger. Some say it inspired later secret societies and revolutionary movements. Others claim it proves that the Templars possessed mystical knowledge that gave them power even in death. But perhaps the real power of de Molay's story isn't supernatural at all. Perhaps it's simply the reminder that dignity and truth can survive even the most brutal persecution. Here was a man who chose to die rather than live with a lie, who maintained his principles even when it would have been easier and safer to abandon them. In our modern world, where truth often seems negotiable and principles are frequently sacrificed for convenience, there's something inspiring about Jacques de Molay's final stand. He faced down the combined power of church and state, refused to bow to political expediency, and went to his death with his integrity intact. Whether his curse was real or simply an extraordinary coincidence, Jacques de Molay's legacy endures as a testament to the power of standing up for what's right, even when, especially when, the odds are stacked against you. So there we were, dear listener, with Jacques de Molay having just delivered history's most famous death curse while being literally barbecued alive. You'd think that would be the dramatic finale, the end credits rolling on this medieval tragedy. But Philip IV wasn't quite done with his hostile takeover yet. The show must go on, and there was still serious money to be made from this whole destroying a centuries-old religious order business. After years of those delightfully brutal trials we discussed, the final blow came from the top. In 1312, Pope Clement V officially disbanded the Knights Templar. Now, this wasn't exactly a guilty verdict from an impartial jury. This was more like a corporate board deciding to dissolve a subsidiary that had become too much of a public relations nightmare. Clement was essentially caught between maintaining papal authority and keeping Philip from doing something even more dramatic, like maybe starting his own church or invading Rome for good measure. So the Pope chose the path of least resistance. He swept the Templars under the ecclesiastical rug, not because they were proven devil worshippers, mind you, but because they'd become what we might call today problematic for the brand. The scandal, real or manufactured, had damaged the church's reputation, and sometimes it's easier to make a problem disappear than to actually solve it. And what happened to their vast corporate empire? All those hundreds of castles, those sprawling estates that accumulated wealth that would make modern tech billionaires weep with envy. Well, that was the real prize Philip had been eyeing all along. Officially, their properties were supposed to be transferred to the Knights Hospitaller, another military order that was presumably less interested in worshipping goat-headed demons and more focused on the traditional knightly pursuits of fighting Muslims and running hospitals. The papal bull that ordered this transfer had a lovely name, Ad Providem. It aimed to ensure that the Templars' wealth would continue serving the Holy Land's defense, even if the Templars themselves were too busy being dead to participate. It's a nice thought, really. Very tidy, very proper, almost poetic in its administrative efficiency. But the reality was about as tidy as a medieval battlefield, after a particularly enthusiastic cavalry charge. The transfer process was, to put it diplomatically, somewhat complicated by the fact that Philip IV had already helped himself to most of the good stuff. He was exceptionally talented at bureaucratic foot-dragging when it came to handing over assets he'd already confiscated. He imposed massive administrative costs on the Hospitallers for the privilege of receiving Templar properties in France, essentially charging them a fortune to take possession of what was supposed to be a gift. It's like someone stealing your car, then charging you storage fees to get it back. In many places across Europe, secular rulers ended up with significant chunks of former Templar wealth, because apparently everyone had suddenly developed a keen interest in protecting the Holy Land, as long as it came with profitable real estate attached. The destruction of Templar archives during this period is particularly tragic from a historical perspective, though it's probably exactly what Philip intended. The Templars were obsessive record keepers. They had detailed documentation of every loan, every property transaction, every financial dealing across their massive network. These documents would have been incredibly valuable for understanding medieval economics, but they had an unfortunate tendency to disappear whenever someone found them inconvenient. Many of these invaluable records were probably transferred to Cyprus after the fall of Acre, then possibly destroyed when the Ottomans overran the island centuries later. Or maybe they were just accidentally lost in fires, floods, and other convenient disasters. The loss of these primary sources has fueled endless conspiracy theories about hidden Templar gold and secret knowledge, but the most likely explanation is far more mundane. Important documents have a habit of vanishing when powerful people find them embarrassing. The redistribution of Templar wealth wasn't just a simple change of management. It fundamentally reshaped the balance of power across medieval Europe and the Holy Land. The Hospitallers suddenly found themselves flush with new assets, which was great for them, but didn't really compensate for losing the Templars as military allies. Without the Templars as a counterweight, and with the mainland Crusader states already lost, the overall Christian military presence in the Levant was significantly weakened. Meanwhile, in Europe, the concentration of so much wealth in royal hands had profound implications for the development of centralized nation-states. It's one thing to dream of absolute monarchy. It's another thing entirely to have the cash flow to actually implement it. And Philip IV, he made out like the medieval equivalent of a venture capitalist who'd just engineered the perfect hostile takeover. While the exact amount of wealth he appropriated is hard to quantify, partly because record-keeping was deliberately obscured and partly because winners get to write the accounting books, there's no doubt that Templar wealth provided a massive injection of cash into the French treasury. Those sleepless nights worrying about war debts and fiscal crises, temporarily solved, at least until he found new ways to spend money he didn't have. He managed to acquire a considerable amount of the Order's portable wealth, which conveniently vanished into the royal coffers without leaving much of a paper trail. It's amazing how wealth can just disappear when it's inconvenient to document where it came from. The suppression of the Templars established a chilling precedent that would echo through history. This was the first time a truly multinational enterprise, an organization with its own military, its own treasury, and its own diplomatic immunity, had been completely dismantled by the legal and financial maneuvering of a single nation-state. It demonstrated that no institution, no matter how wealthy, powerful, or divinely protected, was immune to destruction if a sufficiently determined sovereign decided they had to go. It was a preview of the modern world, where nation-states would increasingly assert dominance over transnational organizations. The message was clear: papal protection, international scope, and vast wealth were no match for a king who was willing to use torture, propaganda, and legal manipulation to get what he wanted. So the Knights Templar were gone. Their leaders were dead, their wealth scattered, and their name had become synonymous with heresy and corruption. But here's the thing about dramatic endings. They have a way of becoming dramatic beginnings. The story of the Templars didn't end with their suppression. It just transformed into something else entirely. Something that would prove to be far more powerful and enduring than anything Philip IV could have imagined. Now here's where our story gets really interesting, dear listener, because even Philip IV, master manipulator extraordinaire, couldn't pull off this elaborate heist entirely on his own. You don't destroy a multinational corporation without some inside help. And in this case, Philip needed the Church's cooperation. Enter Pope Clement V, a man who found himself in the medieval equivalent of being caught between a rock and a very hard place. Clement V's role in this whole debacle was what you might charitably call complicated. Picture him as a middle manager at a giant corporation who suddenly finds himself caught between an extremely demanding, slightly unhinged CEO and a powerful department that's about to be liquidated. That CEO, of course, was Philip IV, and Clement owed him more than just professional courtesy. See, Philip had essentially orchestrated Clement's election to the papacy in the first place. It's like having your boss personally recommend you for a promotion, then constantly reminding you of that fact every time they want you to do something questionable. Philip had moved the entire papal court to Avignon, France, which meant the Pope was literally living under the thumb of the French crown. Talk about a hostile work environment. Philip wasn't subtle about collecting on the debt either. He used every tool in his considerable arsenal: political pressure, financial threats, and even accusations against previous popes to keep Clement in line. It was like having someone hold your career hostage while insisting they're just looking out for your best interests. Despite all this pressure, Clement was initially reluctant to just wholesale condemn the Templars. He understood that rushing to judgment without proper procedure would seriously undermine papal authority and set a dangerous precedent. The Templars were a papal order, after all, directly under his protection. Condemning them without due process would be like a bank CEO suddenly declaring all the branch managers to be embezzlers. It would raise some serious questions about oversight and competence. But Philip's relentless accusations forced Clement's hand. In 1308, he issued papal bulls and commissions ordering investigations into the alleged Templar heresies. These were sent out to various regions, and their findings were about as consistent as reviews for a controversial movie, wildly contradictory depending on who was doing the investigating. This actually worked in Clement's favour, allowing him to delay making any harsh judgments while appearing to take decisive action. Clement tried to maintain some control over the process, insisting that Templar affairs should be investigated by ecclesiastical courts using normal canon law. This probably would have cleared most of the Templars, since canon law had slightly higher standards than confess or we'll keep torturing you. But Philip simply bypassed this inconvenient requirement, because why follow proper procedure when you can just make up your own rules? The church itself was deeply divided on the whole affair, like a corporate board split between those loyal to the company and those angling for better positions under new management. Some high-ranking clergy, like the Archbishop of Reims, actively supported Philip and played key roles in persecuting the Templars. They saw an opportunity to gain land, influence, or just curry favour with royal power. Others, particularly in regions where Philip's influence was less direct, were more reluctant to condemn the order. They recognised the obvious injustice of the trials and the complete unreliability of confessions extracted through torture. It was a messy political struggle where different church factions either tried to protect the Templars or threw them under the medieval equivalent of a bus for personal gain. The most compelling evidence of this internal contradiction is the famous Chinon parchment, which remained hidden in Vatican archives for centuries until its rediscovery in 2001. This document revealed that Clement V had privately granted absolution to Jacques de Molay and other prominent Templar leaders. In secret hearings conducted by papal envoys, these leaders admitted to some charges, but expressed genuine contrition, and Clement formally cleared them of heresy in the eyes of the Church. This private absolution stands in stark contrast to their public condemnation and eventual execution. It's like finding out that the CEO secretly cleared the employees who were publicly fired for embezzlement. You have to wonder what would have happened if this document had been made public at the time. Would it have changed the entire outcome? Ultimately, Clement found himself unable to fully protect the Templars from Philip's relentless campaign. In 1312, at the Council of Vienne, he made the politically expedient decision to formally dissolve the order. This was done through a papal bull called Vox in Excelso, which stated that the order was being dissolved not because of proven heresy, but for the good of the Church due to the immense scandal and reputational damage. It was a masterpiece of political doublespeak, essentially saying, "We're not firing you because you're guilty, we're firing you because people think you're guilty, and that's bad for business." This decision freed the papacy from direct responsibility for the Templars' final fate, while ensuring that the order would cease to exist. This dissolution had massive implications for how Templar assets were handled afterward. Officially, their wealth was supposed to transfer to the Knights Hospitaller, but as we've seen, Philip levied enormous administrative costs that allowed him to pocket a significant portion of the wealth himself. The ecclesiastical politics of the time, the power struggles between kings and popes, the internal divisions within the Church, all played crucial roles in not only bringing down the Templars, but also determining who got to divide up the spoils. The Templar affair perfectly illustrates the complex and often contradictory relationship between church and state power in the late Middle Ages. It shows how a determined king, driven by debt and ambition, could successfully co-opt religious authority to achieve purely secular goals. It was essentially a hostile takeover of papal authority by royal power, a turning point that would influence European politics for centuries to come. In the end, the Church's role in the Templars' downfall reveals the uncomfortable truth that even supposedly moral institutions can be compromised when faced with sufficient political pressure and personal interest. The shadowy legacy of this ecclesiastical complicity would continue to echo through history, raising questions about the relationship between power, morality, and institutional survival that remain relevant today. Let's take a step back from all the torture chambers and papal politics for a moment, dear listener, and talk about something equally important: the psychological atmosphere that made the Templars' downfall possible. Because you can't understand how an organization went from respected holy warriors to alleged devil worshippers overnight without understanding that the ground was already perfectly prepared for suspicion and paranoia. The thing about the Templars is that they were naturally secretive, and in medieval Europe, being secretive was like wearing a sign that said, "I'm probably up to something." They were a monastic military order, and monastic orders have always been big on privacy, exclusivity, and keeping their business to themselves. They had their own internal rules, their own ceremonies, their own ways of doing things that outsiders weren't privy to. This secrecy might have been great for internal discipline and maintaining mystique, but it also created the perfect breeding ground for wild rumours and fearful speculation among regular people. It's like that neighbour who never opens their curtains and has packages delivered at weird hours. You start wondering what they're hiding, even if they're probably just introverts who shop online a lot. Now picture yourself as a medieval peasant encountering these guys. Here come these men in distinctive white mantles with bright red crosses, looking like they stepped out of a recruitment poster for God's army. But they're not just holy warriors. They're also incredibly wealthy bankers who seem to be exempt from all the rules that apply to everyone else. They answer only to the Pope, they have their own laws, and they show up everywhere with their mysterious business. Those distinctive white robes with red crosses became symbols that could inspire both reverence and unease, depending on your perspective. To some people, they represented divine protection and holy purpose. To others, they were a reminder that there were powerful forces operating beyond normal understanding or control. It's like seeing unmarked government vehicles everywhere. Either you feel safer knowing they're around, or you start wondering what they know that you don't. The mystery and paranoia surrounding their initiation ceremonies provided perfect ammunition for anyone looking to cause trouble. The simple fact that their rituals weren't public knowledge was twisted into evidence of sinister activities. If they're really doing God's work, people would whisper, "Why all the secrecy? What are they hiding behind those closed doors?" Philip IV, being the master manipulator he was, understood exactly how to exploit these existing doubts. He knew what kept medieval people awake at night: fears of heresy, the occult, and supernatural corruption. His accusations of cross-spitting, Christ-denying, and demon-worshipping weren't random. They were precisely calibrated to trigger the deepest fears of medieval society. The Church had spent centuries teaching people to be terrified of heretical corruption and demonic influence. So when the King of France stood up and said, "Those mysterious Templars are actually doing exactly the things we've taught you to fear most," it resonated on a visceral level. It wasn't just a political accusation. It was like discovering that your trusted bank manager was actually a serial killer. The fact that these charges came from the highest authority in France and later received ambiguous papal acknowledgement only amplified the terror. But what really created a climate of fear was the systematic use of torture to extract confessions. Everyone knew what was happening in those dungeons. They could see the broken men who emerged, confessing to things that seemed too horrible to be true, yet too specific to be entirely fabricated. This wasn't just about the Templars anymore. The message was clear. If these powerful, wealthy, supposedly holy men could be tortured into confessing to devil worship, then literally anyone could be next. Your fate could be decided not by truth or justice, but by whoever had the most creative interrogators and the least scruples about using them. Imagine living in a society where you suddenly can't trust anyone or anything. If the Knights Templar, with all their wealth and papal protection, could fall so dramatically, what hope did ordinary people have? It created a pervasive atmosphere of anxiety, where everyone started looking sideways at their neighbours, wondering who might be the next to fall under suspicion. This psychological climate of fear and uncertainty didn't just disappear when the Templars were officially dissolved. Instead, it transformed into something even more powerful and enduring: legend. The very abruptness of their downfall, combined with the conflicting accounts and unanswered questions, created a perfect storm for myth-making. The legacy of their secrecy became the foundation for countless stories about hidden treasures, lost knowledge, and powerful artifacts. From medieval romances to modern blockbuster movies, the Templars evolved from historical figures into symbols of mystery and hidden truth. Every unanswered question about their practices became a potential plot point for fiction writers. The lack of definitive answers about what really happened only fueled more speculation. Were they innocent victims of political manipulation? Were they actually guilty of some of the charges? Did they really hide vast treasures? Did some of them escape with secret knowledge? These questions became more interesting than the actual historical facts, creating a mythology that has proven far more durable than the original organization. Philip IV might have thought he was simply solving his debt problems and eliminating a political rival. But he accidentally created something much more powerful. By destroying the Templars in such a dramatic and mysterious way, he transformed them from a medieval institution into an eternal symbol of hidden knowledge and secret power. The psychological atmosphere of fear, secrecy, and suspicion that surrounded their downfall became as much a part of their legacy as their actual historical achievements. They became larger in death than they ever were in life, proving that sometimes the most effective way to make something immortal is to try to destroy it completely. So here we are, dear listener, having followed our Knights Templar from their humble beginnings as medieval security guards to their spectacular rise as international bankers, and finally to their brutal downfall at the hands of a cash-strapped king and his reluctant papal accomplice. You'd think that would be the end of the story, a tidy historical footnote about what happens when you get too successful for your own good. But the Templars had one final trick up their chainmail sleeves. They became absolutely legendary in death. Philip IV thought he was destroying the Templars when he had them tortured, executed, and branded as heretics. What he actually did was transform them from a medieval corporation into something far more powerful and enduring. A cultural phenomenon that refuses to die. It's like trying to kill a rumour by talking about it loudly. You just make it spread faster and get more interesting with each retelling. The dramatic circumstances of their downfall, combined with all those unanswered questions, created the perfect breeding ground for legends about hidden treasures and secret knowledge. Think about it from a storyteller's perspective. You have a wealthy, secretive organization that gets destroyed overnight, their leaders executed, their records burned or hidden. What happened to all that money? Did they see it coming? Did they hide anything? It's like finding out your favorite restaurant closed suddenly. You immediately start wondering what really happened and whether they left anything valuable behind. The most enduring of these legends is the story of lost Templar treasure. Did they manage to spirit away their vast fortunes before Philip's agents could get their hands on it? Maybe there's a secret vault somewhere under Paris, or hidden tunnels beneath the Temple Mount, or perhaps an entire fleet of treasure ships that vanished into the Atlantic like some medieval version of the Marie Celeste. The idea that somewhere, somehow, there's still untold Templar wealth waiting to be discovered has fueled centuries of treasure hunting and wild speculation. And then, there are the really good stories, the ones involving the Holy Grail and other sacred relics. What if the Templars, with their extensive operations in the Holy Land and their archaeological activities on the Temple Mount, had actually found something genuinely earth-shattering? The Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, ancient texts containing forbidden knowledge. The possibilities are endless and infinitely more exciting than the reality of ledger books and property management. This potent combination of history, mystery, and suppressed secrets has made the Templars absolutely irresistible to popular culture. From classic adventure novels like Ivanhoe to modern blockbusters like The Da Vinci Code, from video games like Assassin's Creed to countless movies and TV shows, the Templars are everywhere. They've been portrayed as everything from noble, misunderstood heroes to shadowy puppet masters secretly controlling world events. You literally cannot consume popular entertainment without tripping over a Templar reference. The romanticized image of warrior monks defending innocent pilgrims has proven remarkably durable, completely overshadowing the complex historical reality of their roles as international bankers and property developers. It's like how people remember rock stars for their music rather than their tax planning strategies. The exciting stuff gets remembered. The mundane business details get forgotten. But there's a deeper reason why the Templar story has such staying power. It works perfectly as a cautionary tale about power, greed, and betrayal. It's a story that resonates across centuries because it touches on fundamental human concerns, how unchecked ambition can lead to destruction, how easily justice can be perverted when politics and money are involved. how even the most powerful institutions can be brought down by a combination of opportunism and manufactured outrage. It's a medieval version of too big to fail, except instead of a bailout, they got a bonfire. The story reminds us that absolute power corrupts absolutely, and that even those who claim to serve higher purposes can fall prey to very earthly temptations. It's surprisingly relevant in our modern world of corporate scandals and political corruption. Even today, modern speculative historians continue debating the Templars' true nature and legacy. Were they proto-Freemasons guarding ancient secrets? Were they early capitalists who accidentally stumbled onto something bigger than themselves? Or were they just a really successful medieval enterprise that got caught in the wrong place at the wrong time? There are entire libraries of books and documentaries devoted to uncovering hidden truths about the Templars, each offering new interpretations, new secrets, new twists on an already convoluted story. This enduring fascination means their influence extends far beyond academic history. Modern secret societies, esoteric groups, and even legitimate organizations continue to draw inspiration from Templar symbolism and mythology. Masonic lodges often incorporate Templar imagery into their rituals, claiming spiritual descent from the original knights. There are numerous modern Templar organizations around the world, most with no actual historical connection to the medieval order, but all drawn to the powerful symbolism and mystique of those red crosses on white mantles. The Knights Templar as a historical organization ceased to exist in the early 14th century, but as a cultural force, as a symbol, as a source of endless speculation and entertainment, they've achieved a kind of immortality that would probably amaze and horrify the original knights in equal measure. Philip IV wanted to erase them from history and memory. Instead, he inadvertently guaranteed their eternal fame by making their story too dramatic, too mysterious, and too compelling to ever truly end. In trying to destroy the Templars completely, Philip ensured that they would become larger in legend than they ever were in life. Sometimes the most effective way to make something immortal is to try to kill it in the most spectacular way possible. The Devil's Bankers continue to whisper through the ages, reminding us that some stories are simply too good to stay buried, no matter how hard anyone tries to put them to rest. Now here's where things get really interesting, dear listener, because beyond all the drama about devil worship and hidden treasure, the Templars' story teaches us something far more relevant to our modern world. Strip away the medieval pageantry, the torture chambers, and the burning stakes, and what you're left with is a remarkably familiar tale: the eternal struggle between corporate power and government authority. It's a conflict that's been playing out for centuries, and the Templars were just the first to lose spectacularly. The destruction of the Knights Templar wasn't just another medieval political squabble between kings and monks. This was history's first major showdown between a truly multinational financial entity and a sovereign state that had finally had enough. Before the Templars, you didn't really have organizations operating with such independence and economic clout across multiple countries. They were essentially a medieval corporation with their own military, their own legal system, and more liquid assets than most kingdoms. Think about their position for a moment. They answered only to the Pope, which meant local kings had no real authority over them. They moved money across borders without asking permission. They owned vast properties in multiple countries. They had their own army and their own laws. From a medieval king's perspective, it was like having Amazon decide to set up its own government in your backyard, complete with its own military and diplomatic immunity. Not exactly a recipe for peaceful coexistence. Their autonomy and international reach posed what modern economists would call systemic risks to national rulers who were trying to build centralized states. Imagine being Philip IV, working hard to consolidate royal power and create a unified France, only to discover that there's this massive, wealthy organization operating within your borders that you can't tax, can't regulate, and can't control. It's like trying to run a country when a significant portion of your economy is controlled by entities that don't recognize your authority. Philip IV's actions, when you strip away the medieval context, look remarkably like early attempts at corporate regulation, albeit with significantly more violence and religious accusations than modern antitrust law typically involves. He wasn't just a greedy king looking to cancel his debts, though that was certainly part of it. He was a ruler who understood that if he wanted true sovereignty, he couldn't have powerful, independent rivals operating within his kingdom. His drastic measures against the Templars were essentially an early form of hostile corporate takeover disguised as religious persecution. It was about asserting state authority over corporate power, ensuring that no single non-governmental entity could challenge the crown's ultimate authority. The fact that it involved torture chambers instead of regulatory hearings doesn't change the fundamental dynamic at play. The whole tragedy was shaped by a perfect storm of financial debt, political ambition, and what we'd now call a propaganda campaign. Philip owed the Templars serious money, the kind of debt that keeps you awake at night calculating compound interest. His ambition to centralize power put him on a collision course with the Templars' independence, and those sensational accusations of heresy and devil worship. That was his public relations strategy, designed to turn public opinion against an organization that might otherwise have been seen as victims of royal overreach. This fundamental tension between economic power and political authority didn't die with the Templars. In fact, it's more relevant today than ever. Every time a government tries to regulate a tech giant, every time a nation-state grapples with the influence of multinational corporations, every time there's a debate about tax avoidance or corporate influence on policy, you're seeing echoes of the Templar conflict. The questions remain essentially the same. Who really runs things? Is it the democratically elected governments, or is it the corporations and financial institutions that can move markets, influence policy, and operate across multiple jurisdictions? The Templars' story reminds us that this isn't a new problem created by modern globalization. It's a centuries-old struggle that just keeps repeating itself with different players and slightly better technology. Think about modern multinational corporations that have annual revenues larger than many countries' GDPs. Think about financial institutions that are too big to fail and require government bailouts when they get into trouble. Think about tech companies that can influence elections and shape public opinion. The parallels to the Templars are striking. Powerful organizations with international reach, operating beyond the easy control of any single government, accumulating wealth and influence that can rival state power. The Templars' fate serves as both a warning and a historical precedent. It shows that when states feel genuinely threatened by corporate power, they're capable of taking extreme measures. But it also demonstrates the costs of such actions: the economic disruption, the loss of valuable services, and the precedent it sets for future conflicts between different types of power. For subsequent powerful organizations, the Templars' destruction became a cautionary tale about the dangers of becoming too successful, too independent, and too visible. Other transnational entities learned to operate with greater discretion, to maintain better relationships with secular authorities, and to avoid appearing to challenge state sovereignty too directly. The lesson that emerges from the Templars' story is both simple and profound. Power, whether political or economic, is never absolute, and the tension between different forms of power is constant. Money and authority will always be in conflict because each represents a different path to control over human affairs. Sometimes economic power wins. Sometimes political power prevails. But the struggle never really ends. In our modern world of global corporations and nation-states, the Templars' story offers both historical perspective and a sobering reminder. The fundamental dynamics they faced, the challenge of operating across borders, the tension between corporate independence and state authority, the role of public opinion in legitimizing political action. These are all still very much with us today. The Knights Templar may have been destroyed over 700 years ago, but their story continues to offer insights into one of the most persistent conflicts in human civilization: the eternal struggle between those who control the money and those who control the government. And so, dear listener, we've wandered together through the twisted corridors of medieval power, greed, and what might charitably be called creative accounting. We've watched 9 well-meaning knights accidentally stumble their way into becoming the world's first multinational corporation. We've seen them transform from humble pilgrim bodyguards into financial titans who could make or break kingdoms with a signature on a loan document. They became the devil's bankers, not through any particular evil intent, but simply by being really, really good at accumulating wealth and power while wearing religious robes. It's quite a journey when you think about it. From dusty Jerusalem roads, where they protected travelers from bandits, to managing vast agricultural empires, running shipping fleets, and operating a revolutionary banking system that made modern wire transfers look primitive. They were monks who mastered money, creating this bizarre but brilliant hybrid of spiritual devotion and ruthless global commerce. It's like if your local monastery suddenly became Goldman Sachs, but with better PR and more praying. But as we've seen throughout this tale, their spectacular success ultimately painted a target on their collective back. Their destruction serves as a brutal reminder that in medieval Europe, and perhaps in any era, being right, being successful, and even being holy won't protect you from a determined monarch with a serious cash flow problem. The truth is, their downfall was driven by politics wearing the convenient disguise of religious judgment. Philip IV, our charming antagonist, was facing the medieval equivalent of a fiscal cliff. Massive war debts, ambitious building projects, and the general expense of trying to run an absolute monarchy had left him desperately short of cash. When he looked at the Templars, wealthy, independent, and conveniently located within his borders, he saw not holy warriors, but a solution to all his financial problems. The accusations of heresy and devil worship weren't discoveries of truth. They were a cover story for the most audacious asset seizure in medieval history. This brings us to one of the most chilling aspects of the whole affair: the sheer power of propaganda to reshape reality. Philip's smear campaign was a masterclass in medieval spin doctoring. He took an organization that had been respected for 2 centuries and transformed them in the public imagination into blasphemous devil worshippers who spat on crucifixes and kissed demon heads. The accusations of Baphomet worship, secret rituals, and anti-Christian practices weren't just effective. They were so effective that they still influence how people think about the Templars today. And here's the really unsettling part. We'll probably never know the complete truth about their alleged secret rituals. Were they actually engaging in questionable practices? Or were those confessions simply the product of men being tortured until they'd say anything to make the pain stop? The mystery persists partly because the evidence was compromised from the start, and partly because some questions are just too intriguing to ever be definitively answered. The Chinon parchment, with its revelation of papal absolution, only deepens the mystery. It suggests that even the Pope didn't really believe the accusations, which makes the whole affair even more cynical and politically motivated. But it also leaves us wondering, if the Templars were innocent, why didn't this document save them? And if they were guilty of something, what exactly was it that they never got to explain? So as you settle more deeply into your comfortable spot, dear listener, I invite you to ponder this central question. Were the Knights Templar ultimately victims or villains of history? Were they innocent casualties of a king's greed and ambition? Or had their immense wealth and power inevitably corrupted them, making them vulnerable to their enemies? Perhaps, as is often the case with human nature, the truth lies somewhere in the messy middle ground between these extremes. Maybe they were just people, flawed, ambitious, trying to do good while also trying to survive in a brutal world. Maybe they got caught up in their own success and lost sight of their original mission. Or maybe they were exactly what they claimed to be, devoted servants of God, who were destroyed by forces beyond their control. The beauty of their story is that it allows for all these possibilities. The lingering allure of Baphomet, secret rites and lost treasures continues to cast shadows across the centuries, reminding us that some mysteries are more powerful than facts. These elements have transcended history to become part of our collective mythology. They exist now in the realm of legend and speculation, fascinating shadows that dance just beyond the reach of historical certainty. Philip IV thought he was eliminating a problem when he destroyed the Templars. Instead, he inadvertently created something far more enduring, an eternal mystery. Their story became a blank canvas onto which generations could project their own fears, desires, and fascination with hidden knowledge. In trying to erase them completely, he ensured they would become immortal. And perhaps that's the most fitting end to their tale. The Knights Templar ceased to exist as a historical organization over 700 years ago, but they live on as symbols of mystery, power, and the eternal human fascination with secrets. They remind us that truth and legend often become so intertwined that separating them becomes impossible, and maybe that's exactly as it should be. As these questions about power, piety, and the eternal dance between reality and imagination gently fade into the background, let them drift and disperse like morning mist. Let your thoughts settle softly, like autumn leaves finding their resting place. The vast tapestry of history will always be there, filled with its endless tales of ambition and downfall. But right now, there's nothing you need to solve or understand. Close your eyes and let your body sink deeper into comfort. Allow the weight of these medieval struggles to become nothing more than a distant whisper, a story told in the safety of your own time and place. There are no Templar trials awaiting you, no kings demanding impossible choices, no mysteries that need unraveling tonight. Only the quiet embrace of rest and the gentle certainty that some stories are perfect just as they are, forever mysterious, forever compelling, forever just beyond our complete understanding.